だけどあなたが代わりに信じてくれたんだね。弱さ隠した日もあっただけどあなたは全部わかってくれていたね。秋の空みたいどこか懐かしくなる冬を越えるタンポポみたいその強さでこれからも一緒に
I'm so sorry. I was probably ear blasting you. I'm so sorry. That's cursed. Oh, audio's all fucked up. There we go. I'm so sorry. Anyway, hello. I had my audio set up for a fucking like small recording I made earlier the other day. And I had my desktop audio way the fuck up, and I was muted. Nice. But we caught it. Yeah, anyway. We're back working on my re-rig. And I've done a lot of, proverbial mining off camera with this one. Where the model is now versus where it was in the last stream I did of this model is, there's nothing overlapping. I completely redid it after the last stream, and I can explain a little bit of what I did. So aside from the usual, like just getting the angles for the rest of the body, I continued that route. I actually did not change the eyes, so the eyes stay the same from how I did it, but instead of auto-generating the face motion, I also went back to... Sorry, I'm going all over the place because I'm excited. I also went back to rigging directly on the angle augment instead of the angles because I found different physics settings for this that give it the full range of motion, so... and I couldn't be fucked to do the same exact rigging twice. For me, it didn't seem worth it after I figured out that you can set these angle augment parameters to actually utilize the full range of movement. So I have no... yes. I can show you the settings, actually. So those settings I'm talking about... like head X, for example, right? What I did was I sent, because this is set to angle X, angle as the input, and the range of that parameter is -30 to 30. And so what you do is there's normalization of input here, and you can set your minimum and maximum here, and if you make it a little bit bigger than the angle... Ow! Hi Razzie, thank you for the rattax. Yeah, if you set your minimum and your maximum a little bit more than the range of this angle, then you can extend the range, like how much this gets activated, if that makes any sense. And then in output settings I set the scale to 30 because that is the range of that angle, so this makes it easier to figure out what values to set here so it's consistent. But yeah, I did that with head X, Y, and Z. So that's that setting there. So that's why I'm no longer rigging on angle X and Y, just doing it straight on the augment. And then the next thing I did was, last time, what I did was... Hello, anti-bratty snake. Yeah. Damn. That's crazy. And these nuts. Anyway, what I did in the last stream to generate the head angles, and what I've been doing for a while, was I would just go here and do auto generation of face motion, and I would select my warps and then I would edit it there. I scrapped it. And instead what I did was I did apply 3D rotation expression. And I did that for the face, the ears, all of the hair pieces, and the mouth separately. And what it does is it makes it more 3D accurate. Like, look at those angles, my dude. It is, in my opinion, that is pretty 3D accurate. The only thing the only thing maybe that I need to fix probably is the ahoge, because I just slapped them all together in one layer. I could just make edits on like this inner part so that there's a little bit more like depth there, like I did with the ears. You can see the ears have like dimension to them. But yeah, this is really good. It's a lot better result than the face generation. It just takes more effort. Basically the way it works is you will like go to a non-center position, and you would basically you can set like a Z direction. I'm not going to change these settings because that'll kind of redo what I did, and then I'll have to adjust it again, or I guess I could undo it. But you you set it, go to a non-center position, and you manually make the warp in a 3D-ish manner. So I can select the face, and you can see like I've moved the face warp in a way that follows the contour of the face that I want. And then you can hit this button so that whenever these settings values change, then it automatically updates, and then you can hit this to update keyform based on your warp. And it just kind of calculates like a 3D rotation using that warp that you've created. And yeah, it'll automatically make those corners for you and everything. And you can set the center rotation, where the camera position is in relation to the center rotation, etc. So it's pretty cool, and you can get some really like really 3D accurate shit going on, because you can have them all be like consistently in the same center of rotation. You just have to make sure the warp is kind of curved in a 3D way. Like in this back hair, you can kind of see how it curves the opposite direction. Pretty cool. The only thing, like, I kept them the same. I kept like all of the settings like pretty much as they are. After doing rotation expression, the only thing I did differently was I made the head go a little bit lower. So I did some tweaking after generating this, because I noticed when she looked up, her neck was really fucking long, so so I just like lowered her head a little bit, which I think looks pretty good. And it still keeps it pretty 3D accurate, I think. Anyway, that's a lot of yapping. Hope you're doing well. Yes, Andy, I'm doing okay, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. She's evolving. Yes, I'm evolving. Yeah, thank you, Razzie. Yeah, I'm really happy with these head angles. These are easily the best head angles I've ever done. And yeah, I'm really happy with it. And I've also done Z, and when I did head Z, I didn't just do what I normally do, which is just turn the head and that's it. On head Z, I also moved the shoulders, so it'll be easier to see if I turn these off. On head Z, watch the shoulders. The shoulders move. And I think that looks so cool. I put the arms on rotation deformers. I normally don't touch rotation deformers. I might end up regretting that. I'm not sure yet. but yeah. I put them on rotation deformers and I glued the shoulders to the chest a little bit. So it kind of makes this smooth motion. And I also did warp the chest a little bit to follow the shoulders. So it's not just glue pulling that up, but the glue helps it stay a little consistent. I also adjusted the collar position, and her neck moves a little bit with that. So it's very, in my opinion, very fluid looking. Other things I did. Body X. I had the arms move more with Body X using the rotation deformers. Let's see. So her arms duck behind her. And I didn't do the tail yet. Let me hide it. So yeah, Body X, she does her steppies. This time, something I did differently with the legs was normally I put the legs in with the large Body X deformer and I have them move all together, but this time I only did everything above the legs. And so it allowed me to make steppies that are very, like the feet stay planted where they're supposed to be unless I move them. So it's a little bit more grounded, I think. I don't know if that makes any sense the way I explained it. But yeah. And then, here's something cool that I did differently too. For Body Y, I added a bit of a lean forward. And I might adjust those settings a little bit here today, but basically when she goes up, she just goes up, nothing crazy there. But then when she comes down, she leans forward a little bit. And like, it's pretty intense here. I turned down the settings a bit so it wouldn't be as dramatic, but she leans forward a bit. And I think that's a pretty cool effect. And I'll also adjust these tassels to go straight down so they're not defying gravity. But yeah, I did that. So that's kind of cool. And then for Body Z, most of it is just like taking the upper body and tilting it, just like head, but I added a little bit more shoulder motion to it too. And actually the arm kind of comes out like this. I had the arms kind of swing out in the direction which engaged the shoulders a little bit more. And all of the meshes involved with that shoulder movement are also synthesized with Body X. So, sorry, not Body X, Body Z, Head Z, sorry, Head Z. So, the shoulders here merge with that pretty nicely. So she can do a lot of interesting Z movement there with her shoulders. I really wanted her shoulders to get engaged because it adds a lot of life. I saw a couple of other rigs and I noticed their shoulders were moving and I'm like, oh, I should add shoulder movement to my Z. I think that'd be really cute. Yeah, she's gonna wiggle real good. And yeah, once I show you all the things that I've done, which is soon, I can show you how she looks in the physics panel, moving around. She looks so cool so far. If you've seen my posts on Discord and shit with my progress, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Most of it is the same. But yeah, she's looking really good so far, in my opinion. Easily my best work yet. It's really cool to see. Also, is that correct? I just noticed. Is that supposed to be there? I think this is supposed to be back a little bit. Hold on. Okay, she's got this. I think I'm supposed to put that in the back. like so. Okay. Does that look good? No. Okay, hold on. I think it's okay right there, right? Well, I guess we'll fix that later. Okay. Anyway. Thank you, Razzie. What do I want to say? I think it's okay right there. I'll just have to adjust the position a little bit. Okay. Anyway. So... anything else that I did? Of course, I started working on physics some. Oh! The mouth! I gotta show you what I did with the mouth. Because that wasn't documented in the last stream. Because I did it off camera. But I added some VBridger. Of course. And I did most of it the same way I usually do. Except I just did it better, I think. So her base mouth movement looks like this. It's pretty simple because I'm using VBridger, right? So I want a lot of my actual mouth shapes to be from there. But as you can see, I have her... there we go. Now you can see it better. I have her face moving a lot more with her mouth, which is something that is not on my current model. Secret mouth techniques. What that mouth do? Nah. So, yeah, as you can see, her face moves a lot with her mouth, which is something I wanted to do. Yeah. So, mouth form is just frowning and smiling, and I have her jaw kind of moving a little bit with it. To kind of show that her mouth is attached to her face and not just like painted on top, floating on top. And then with mouth open, I just have a deformer, a warp deformer around her face, and I just called it jaw. And I put 2 keyforms on it, keyframes, and it just, the jaw comes down a little bit with mouth open. And it also does that, like I said, with frown and smile, but they're on different warps, right? And yeah, and I also added a warp around the bottom eyeline and the sclera on both eyes. And I keyframed them to squint a little bit with her mouth open. And yeah. So just that already makes her mouth pretty expressive there. So her face moves a lot. And then I might adjust some more things too with the next parameters, but cheek parameter is her blushies. And cheek is a built-in parameter that triggers when it triggers with the mouth form. So when she smiles, cheek turns on, so that's cute. Mouth X, I'll adjust the jaw movement a little bit. I also forgot to make the squint on the other eye. So I'll have to fix that as well. Mouth funnel, I want to adjust the cheeks with this one. Mouth pucker. This one I did adjust the cheeks with. Actually, I'm not even sure if I need to adjust the cheeks for this one, because usually when you do mouth funnel, you pucker a little bit, so it's fine. And I have this mouth form. The tutorial I watched a long time ago that showed me basic VBridger forms, the way they explained this was a little confusing in my opinion, because they basically said like, okay, this needs to be a cat mouth, and I'm like, I already have a cat mouth, so what do I do? But I looked at the actual VBridger documentation, and they have some reference images there that were a little bit different, so I tried that out. And then I started working on cheek puff, but I didn't finish it. I just made her cheeks puffy. Anyway, time to show off what this works, how this works. Smart, that's a key. Thank you! So I'm gonna show off how this works here. First, let's just show off general movement. I'm gonna turn off what I haven't rigged. Alright. So this is how her movement looks in here. Yeah! And I added a little bit of hair physics, as you can tell, but obviously it's not done. Thank you! Yeah, she can kind of headbang now. So like, yeah, the lean forward is a little subtle, but I might actually increase it a little bit. Body Y. I might bring it up to like... Wow, wow, wow. Maybe that's a little bit much, like 20. Okay, and then the real, or I guess one way, another thing we can do is we can click on this, and we could just hit this button, and you could see kind of all these parameters going crazy. Get an idea of some of the range of movement that she has. You can see how her shoulders are moving a lot now. She's drunk, yeah. She had a little too much to drink. Wow. Okay, and then another thing we can do is we can do this. Come on, turn on. There, there we go. Okay, yeah, she gets her skirt turns off because I'm tracking it through VTube Studio, and I have like parameters that don't exist being sent from VTube Studio. So ignore the fact that these toggles get turned off, but it's a little laggy in Live2D because my computer doesn't like Live2D, but you can kind of see how she moves a little bit and directly compare it to my old model on the same screen. The hair physics are also quite different, if you can tell. I think they move a little bit more realistically, while still having plenty of bounce. I really love all of the shoulder movement. She's got some really cute facial expressions. She's very cunny. Like, ah! Her smile is bigger. I can do some lip syncing. I need to find a song that I know the lyrics to, though. Which is not that many, actually. Maybe Dona Dona. Yeah. Anyway. in the lean forward. Looks pretty cool. Anyway, I'm really happy with it, with how it's coming out so far, so. But yeah. Yeah. That's how she's looking so far. So, first thing I want to fix is mouth X. Her eye squints on only one side, so let's fix that. Oh, sure enough, it's there, but I didn't put the meshes underneath it. There we go. Now it squints properly on each side. Okay. So, last thing I was working on was the hair physics, as you could see. I still have the ears and these little pom-poms to go, so might as well get working on that. So the way I've been doing physics is pretty similar to how I've been doing them with the last two models that I worked on. Basically, for I guess I'll do each pom-pom individually. I'll start with this one. I'll do this one and then I'll flip it over. That's how I'll do it. But basically, I make a parameter. We're gonna call it pom-pom X. It's negative 30 to 30, default 0. I make a warp. And I just get lazy with the naming. I just call it X. Because there's a lot of them, as you can see, so I don't want to do as much typing. So, I've been using this brush tool to do a lot of my work this time around. But I just give it some movement in the X direction here. And I make it pretty smooth. So I do something like that. And then I replicate the parameter, which automatically gives it a 2, so I don't have to do any renaming. I make another warp, I'll call it X2. And I do something very similar, but I focus more of my movement on the ends only. Something like that. Something like that. So together, there's a lot of X movement. Which is pretty cool. And then I'll replicate it again. And this one I'll edit to call it Y. And I'll make another warp called Y. And oh hell yeah, JoJo music. Hello Sundax? Sundax? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Hi. For Y, I just bring it down pretty dramatically. Well, maybe not that dramatic. This might be a bit much. And I'll squish it in a little bit. And then up, I'll do the opposite. This one I'll kind of something like that. Okay. Next, replicate it. Y2. Anyway, okay, yeah, for Y2, I kind of select the section in the middle, and I just do a squish, holding Alt, and then I do the opposite on the other side. So together the Y parameters look like this. Pretty cool. And then at that point, I can just select, or at that point I can delete the other pom-pom. I said at that point I could delete the other pom-pom. There we go. Save. Select child objects, copy paste, flip horizontally, reflect X, X, boom. Hi tiny mushroom. How's it going? I'm just over here rigging and yapping. I'm good. Yeah. So her palms are done. That's it for the pom-pom physics here. Next, let's work on the ears. And I want to do something pretty fun with the ears. So, what we're gonna do... Let's see... There's a lot going on here. So, this... This... And this. So all of these... I'm gonna put this under... X. Yay! Yeah, so what I want to do for X movement is have her ears kind of curl a little bit, if that makes any sense. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna do ear X. And this one will be a little bit different because I'll have it curl up, but I also want to affect like how much of this top part is covering, if that makes any sense. So let's just work on it. Let's just get started. So I want it to kind of come up like this. Okay. Something like that. Yeah. Something like that. And then with X, just have it kind of come out. There we go. Okay. And then I'm wondering, what do I want to do for X2? I think I'll just kind of do what I've been doing. So I want to focus more on this corner here. Maybe? I don't know if that's gonna look good. Oh yeah. And I'm thinking also for that this ear top. Howdy Noodle. How's it going? I'm gonna put X on this too. True WBGM. We got JoJo this time around. We got Dona Dona. And of course more Idolmaster. Okay, and then coming down, this stuff will come down more. We'll do X2. Oh, and same idea, just adjust a little bit. About to pass out. Oh, just got off work. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I did after work today. Well, after work today, I went to the office, right? And we came home and we went to walk around to do some errands because I don't have a car, so we do walking around and shit. And yeah, my legs were pretty dead when I came home, so I went straight to bed. Because I do be living in Ohio. Such an awesome sauce model. Thank you, Tyster. Thank you. She's about to look so much better whenever I finish rigging her. Re-rigging her, I should say. So far her ear movement is looking pretty cool. Actually, something ain't right with this really quick. Should actually bring it up a little bit. There we go. There we go, now it stays a little bit more consistent, and then same thing over here. I should move this. Bed sounds good right now. Well, then you should sleep. I don't know what time it is over there, but over here it's like 3 a.m. If you're in the States, then sleep is a good idea about this time. At the same time, then maybe sleep is a good idea. Yeah. So that's all the shit going on with just the X parameter, which is pretty cool. Yay! Replicate. Edit. We're gonna make Y now. Okay. And this one will be like more dramatically up and down. So we're gonna like just straight up bring it down. No, not like that. It still has to be attached to her head. But we're just gonna bring that shit down. And then same idea going up. Okay, and then we replicate. Make a new warp. Now I'm getting ice cream. I crave the sweet frosting delicacy. 3 a.m. is ice cream hits. It really does. It really does hit it. I don't blame you. TBH. I don't need a Y2. Do I? I don't need a Y2. Instead, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna add a Y to this. And I don't need this. Yes. We're gonna do just one Y parameter for this. So, and that goes down. We'll bring down also the top of the ear. And then same thing up here. Bring that forward a bit. Something like that. I think that looks pretty decent. And now we can delete the other ear. I said delete the other ear. There we go. Copy and paste, as always. Flip. Don't reflect anything with an X in it. Save. So, we can look at the physics now. I have terrible naming conventions. Are all of your BGM copyright free? No. Absolutely not. My loading screen is, but not my... no. Absolutely not. They are not copyright free. I don't have any monetization on any of my videos, so it doesn't really matter to me right now. Most of them don't give me any warnings either. Most of them are allowed to be on YouTube. Sometimes I get some songs that YouTube warns me like, hey, because of this soundtrack, your video is not available in certain regions, and whenever that happens, YouTube allows you to edit your VODs, like right within the browser, to remove songs like that without affecting your mic. It like tries to erase the song without erasing other audio, so that's usually what I do to fix that, but my BGMs are not copyright free. Right now this is YOASOBI. Most of my songs in my playlist are Idolmaster. Big IP. Yeah. But I haven't had any songs that YouTube just straight up like mutes my stream for or something. When I try to stream with copyrighted music, it gets instantly taken down. It depends on the music, probably. It depends on the music. It depends on their publisher, I guess. I don't know. I guess the music that I typically listen to doesn't really give that many big problems. So I don't know. Some music. I remember before I started streaming, like ever, I used to make unlisted YouTube streams with me playing Project Diva, mainly just so I could like, because I was not Project Diva. Was Project Diva? Yeah, Project Diva, because I was playing it on my Switch at the time, and I had kind of a jank setup to where I couldn't really hear the audio directly and also stream it at the same time because I wanted to do like a Discord screen sharing thing. And yeah, so I made YouTube unlisted streams, just so I could like use it like share it with my husband on Discord, you know. And I remember whenever I would try to play dramaturgy, the stream would get muted. Live. So there are some songs that are big no, but there's a lot of songs that are allowed to be on YouTube so long as you're not like monetizing it. So in my current playlist I haven't had any issues. Except for some Ado songs, like I said, they get disabled in certain territories in the VOD, but then it's easily fixable. If I ever reach YouTube partner and start monetizing VODs and stuff, then I'll be a little bit more careful with what I play, but just so you know, don't use Freebird. Yeah. My sleeping dog stream got dinged 8 times on YouTube and not at all on Twitch, which is scary. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had any issues with YouTube yet, other than, like I said, just Ado dinging me like a few times, but not even like not even really negatively affecting my stream, aside from like not being like, I think those Ado songs make my VOD not available in Russia and Belarus. So it's not even like, I fix it anyway, but it's not even really that consequential. I don't know. It just depends on the music you're playing, I guess. Idolmaster music seems to be really safe. The majority of my playlist is Idolmaster, so. The Dango got game? Yeah, I got game. Yeah, I got game. I got a spouse. I have a really crazy story about my spouse. How I met my spouse and how that works. If you're interested in hearing the story, I can yap about it. But it's yeah. I've been married for like 3 years now. Don't worry though, I'll never have kids. I'll never go to those lengths. Yeah, W Dango, right? I have really terrible physics group naming conventions, as you can tell. Dango lore? You want to hear it? Okay. Let's see. Dango lore is that I met my husband on VR chat. We met through a mutual friend. This mutual friend invited both of us to a VR chat karaoke party. And so we both showed up. And, you know, most of the karaoke party was just, you know, drinking, singing, whatever. And we didn't really interact much. But after the karaoke party, we were just kind of chilling, hanging out, and I kind of gravitated, me and my now husband kind of gravitated towards each other. And we were just chatting up a storm, just big chatting. And we were doing some like Avatar world hopping, so we were going into worlds for different VR chat avatars, because I was kind of new to VR chat. I had played a little bit back in like 2017 when Uganda Knuckles was big, but that was about all I did before this karaoke party in VR chat. So I was pretty new to modern day VR chat, and yeah, I think this was in like 2021, I think. But yeah, we were just chilling, whatever. We really started hitting it off. We spent many hours into the night chatting. It was very cute. And I was immediately a little bit smitten, I guess you could say. But yeah, we were chatting, and I assumed he was American or Canadian or something, because he had like zero accent, but it turns out we were talking. And eventually he was like, oh, I gotta go. It's like 6 a.m. And I'm like, it's 6 a.m.? It's not that late for me. What? Where are you? And he's like, oh, I'm in Russia. I'm like, what? And so then we started talking more about how coincidentally I'm also half Russian, and also his English is really good. He had never left Russia before at that point. His English was just so good because he I don't know. He's just that cool, I guess. And I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Anyway, I slid into his Discord DMs after that, and then the rest is history. Oh, well, actually, no, the rest isn't history. There's still more to the story, of course, because we were in a long-distance relationship at that point. After we, you know, slid in the DMs, we started, you know, doing sloppy, cute things. Sloppy? What? Not sloppy like that. I meant like, what's the word? Lovey-dovey? No. There's another word. Just... Yeah, we're sloppy. We started doing the sloppy. That's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. Like, we started, doing all the cute, cringe couple things, whatever. And, VR chat dates and whatnot. I have not met his family. I'll get to that in a second. Sloppy. That's not what I meant. I don't know what word I was trying to say. It wasn't sloppy, okay? Anyway. But, okay, so long distance, he's in Russia, I'm in the US. Okay, cool. And then, fast forward, like a year later, I think it was in 2022, I decided I was gonna visit him, because we had a plan, okay? We eventually wanted to... Or, before that, we had been thinking about, like, okay, we're in a relationship, I want to eventually, you know, meet you, and I eventually want to, you know, like, live together. Like, how are we gonna make that work? And so that's when we started looking into immigration process. And so our initial plan was to do a fiancé visa. So put him on a fiancé visa, bring him to the States, marry him, and then, you know, then the rest is history, right? So how we did that was, at the time, Russia had just invaded Ukraine. Dun dun dun! February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. And so now the question was, holy shit, there's a bunch of sanctions on Russia now. He can't come here. Just like that easily, right? And in order for me to meet him, I gotta go over there, right? And Russia invaded Ukraine. Not a good time. People are getting conscripted into the Russian military, into Ukraine. Not good time. And so my husband made the decision to flee Russia, and he ended up in Armenia. Armenia accepts a lot of, it was accepting a lot of, like, people fleeing from Russia at the time. They were very cool. Armenia as a country was very welcoming. Especially right after the invasion happened, you know, there was a lot of people there was a lot of disdain for Russian people outside of Russia, especially throughout Europe, which I understand. You know, Russia was the aggressor, absolutely, but it was kind of, there weren't a lot of countries that were accepting people fleeing from Russia because, oh, they're the aggressors, there's nothing to flee from, you know, but there are human beings on both sides, you know. My husband did not want to take part in that war, obviously. So he did not want to get conscripted, and he did actually get conscripted later. So he got called to be conscripted, but he had already been in Armenia by that time, so that's really cool. But anyway, so he was in Armenia, and he had just gotten an apartment and gotten settled there in a country that, just different country, whatever, really interesting time. And then I came and I flew to Armenia alone to meet him. And I came to Armenia, my first ever, like, flight out of the country, and also his first ever flight out of his country. And yeah, I came to his apartment in Armenia, and again, we were gonna try and do fiance visa, but instead, while we were in Armenia, we decided, what if we just get married in Armenia? And so I had enough documents with me to where we could get like an Armenian wedding. Like, not like a full wedding, but Armenian like paper signing, you know? Armenian marriage certificate. But it turns out he did not have all of the documents that he needed. I think he was missing like a police certificate from Russia, which at the time would not have been possible to get, I guess. So we pivoted. The day before I was supposed to leave and go back home, we found out that the state of Utah offers Zoom wedding services. Did you know that? You can get married on Zoom with an officiant in Utah. It's pretty cool. So we got on a Zoom call with an officiant in Utah. We were able to invite our family and stuff to the Zoom call, and we just got married on Zoom with a guy in Utah. The day before I was supposed to go back home, which was also a day after my birthday. So yeah, we got married. Our marriage certificate is from Utah, but we physically married in Armenia in his kitchen. And then I came home, very sad. And then I started submitting the immigration paperwork. And it took just about like 2.5 years for that paperwork to go through, for the whole process to finish. So I'll tell you about all the documents we did. We did an I-130, which is your petition for bringing a spouse over, a immediate relative spouse. So instead of fiance visa, we went spouse visa, right? Because we were married. So, yeah, so we did the I-130, and then we did, on his end, he had to do, we had to wait, like, almost 2 years, just about 2 years exactly, for just the I-130. That was just the first form. It took that long to process. And then husband had to do a green card application. I had to do an affidavit of support to prove that I can financially support an immigrant. What else did he have to do? He had to do some biometrics appointment to get his biometrics done. He had to get some medical examinations, and then he had to do an interview. And then there was a lot of fees associated. I went into debt, pretty significant debt for this. I'm kind of in pretty significant debt with the flights. I visited him twice actually. And with all these fees, I mean, the whole process was thousands of dollars. I'm very privileged that I was able to do that. I was able to go into debt for that, but yeah. I'm in pretty significant debt for that, and I don't regret it. But yeah, he only managed to finally immigrate into the US last September. Or technically it was August. It was like the last day of August. So about last September was when he finally officially immigrated into the US. So we started this process in May of 2022 was when I first submitted the applications, and then August 2024 he came. So it took a little over 2 years, almost 2.5. September. So yeah, that's my lore. Oh, here's another bit of lore. When I first flew to Armenia to meet him, for context, I have a nut allergy, okay? I have a nut allergy. So I'm allergic to all types of nuts, including peanuts, which technically are not a nut. There's a whole bit of lore there. Peanuts are actually legumes, but they share the nut allergy protein that a lot of nuts have. Anyway, I'm allergic to nuts, and I'm mostly allergic to pistachio. And pistachio gives me anaphylactic shock, like it's the bad one. That's what I carry an EpiPen for. Anyway, on my first flight to Armenia, my first ever first ever time going to a new country that doesn't speak English, right? And my Russian's not good enough either to communicate with people. Yeah, so my first ever time leaving the country to meet him, I was on the plane, and I was really hungry, and I was really tired. I had like a 16 something hour layover in Vienna. And so I was fucking tired on this final flight to Armenia, and I was delirious, I was hungry, I was tired, and there was food being distributed on this flight, and it was like a rice with curry, and I gobbled it up without even thinking about what could possibly be in it. And I started going into anaphylactic shock because there must have been some traces of pistachio in it. And I kept it together. I don't know if you know anything about anaphylactic shock, but that's supposed to be a death sentence. You're supposed to die if you don't do anything about it. But I held it together for the next, 4 hours of that flight. I was vomiting profusely. I, went into the airplane bathroom, and then I ended up just projectile vomiting everywhere. I was trying so hard to clean it. The airline staff were, so mean to me about it, too, because you're supposed to use the bags, but I wasn't thinking straight. And I was just... it was projectile. It was the most intense vomiting I've ever had in my life. And other symptoms of anaphylactic shock. You get hives. Of course, your breathing gets labored. You get intense nausea and vomiting. And you also get an impending sense of doom. If you look this up, it's actually a documented symptom of anaphylactic shock. You kind of feel like everything is wrong. You kind of feel like you're dying mentally. It doesn't help that I'm already a really anxious person, and I was going to meet someone that I met online in Armenia. So, I mean, and I was also really tired and sleep deprived and anxious and all of these horrible feelings, and yeah, I kept it together somehow on that plane for the next 4 hours. I was barely alive, I think. I was just always on the verge of just collapsing. It was horrible. I went through the fucking passport control in this condition. I went through TSA in this condition. It was... I don't know how I did that, but anyway, by the time I made it into the lobby of the airport where husband was waiting for me, I looked like shit. I had vomit on my shirt. My hands, I didn't even notice this. My hands were swollen like huge fucking balloons, okay? They were you know when you go to a petting zoo as a kid and they have a learn how to milk a cow station, and they have those big latex gloves that are filled with water or milk or something, and you squeeze it? My hands looked like a filled up latex glove. Okay? They were huge. And yeah, so I met him in this condition. I was dazed, I was confused, I was dying, actually dying. And then I just ran to the nearest trash can and just started vomiting some more. He got us a taxi. And then it was only when I was in the taxi that I realized, hey, you know what? I might actually be having a reaction. I had no idea because I never experienced like anaphylactic shock as like as a conscious adult. I only had to use my EpiPen before when I was like an actual little baby, right? So I don't remember I didn't remember what the symptoms were. I didn't know what I was experiencing. I thought I was just, I don't know, plain sick or something. I had no idea what was wrong with me. But when we got in the taxi, I started actually finally feeling like, oh shit, my throat is closing now. That's when I really started thinking like, oh, I'm like unable to breathe. So then, in the taxi, I'm dying. I'm just like choking a little bit, and I tell him, this guy I just met for the first time, by the way, in the taxi, and I'm telling him like, can you go into my bag and get my EpiPen? And he's like, oh my god, yes, of course. And I briefly showed him how to use it, and he gave me my EpiPen. He saved my life. And then we made it to a hotel, and then he immediately went to the receptionist at the hotel and told them to get an ambulance. Here's the kicker. Armenia does not have EpiPens. They do not have EpiPens. So he had to explain to them what an EpiPen was. So he had to do some research onto what an EpiPen does. Right there in that moment to explain to them what an EpiPen does and how to monitor me and how to help me, because they didn't have like a good protocol. Like, what the fuck is an EpiPen? What's wrong with her? What happened? So, yeah. Anyway, turns out EpiPen administers epinephrine, right? And epinephrine is basically just adrenaline. It's essentially adrenaline. And so, why you need to call an ambulance right after you use an EpiPen is because you're pumped full of adrenaline. And so, your blood pressure typically goes way the fuck up. So, this ambulance person did not speak any English, and he had to go pay in cash to this ambulance person. So he had to go find an ATM. In this country, he also just kind of recently landed in, so he had no idea where the fuck that was. So he had to go find an ATM to take out some cash for this ambulance. And I'm sitting there just like on the verge of passing out, trying to explain how I feel to this ambulance woman who didn't speak English, and my Russian was really bad, especially in that state. It was pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, and they were just kind of monitoring me, and she injected me with something. I don't know what she injected me with, to be honest. I imagine it's something to control blood pressure, because it did help. But she did just like straight up, like, I can't communicate with this girl, I'm just gonna put this in her arm. I'm like, okay. I'm like, looking, like, okay. Sure, if that helps. And then my husband came back with the cash, and then he was able to translate some more for me. Yeah. Imagine a girl that you love, and the first time y'all meet, she's literally on the verge of death. Yeah, that's literally it. And then he was the one that saved my life. I really don't know how I survived until that point, because you're supposed, like, when anaphylaxis starts kicking in, it's supposed to be like minutes. You're supposed to be like starting to actively die in minutes. My theory is that curry, because if it just had peanuts in it, it wouldn't be bad, right? If it just had like a nut mix in there, it wouldn't be that bad, because I am allergic to all nuts, but they're not all severe, right? The most that happens with most nuts is like some throat tingling, lip swelling a little bit, you know? Just discomfort, nothing deadly, but pistachios specifically is what does that to me. So, my theory is that this curry had a mix of a lot of different nuts in it, but the pistachio might have been very, very small traces. I think if I had eaten like a whole pistachio, I would have died a lot sooner, but I think this curry just had very small traces of pistachio specifically, and so that's why I was able to, why the reaction wasn't as serious, and it was still serious, but why it wasn't as aggressive. That's my theory. I had also taken antihistamines earlier, which is not enough to stop anaphylaxis at all, but it helps things like allergies, like just basic allergies. It was springtime when I visited, so it was like May. So allergy season, so I had taken some antihistamines. I'm imagining that might have helped prolong my survival a bit in that instance, but yeah. So I never thought I would have to use my EpiPen to visit him, but I did, and it was a pretty it was a pretty good kick in the ass to be more careful about what I eat again. So, but you know, context is, you know, like I had not given a shit about that for a long time because I've never accidentally ingested pistachio. It's never happened to me. It's never happened to me before, except for when I was an actual fucking baby. That's how they figured out I was allergic, because I was given a pistachio as a young kid, and I had the reaction, and that was it, and I never ate pistachio again. And it's so hard to accidentally run into pistachio. Pistachio is not in a lot of things. You know, if you think about it, there's not a lot of things that have pistachio in them that aren't like obviously pistachio coated, if that makes sense. Like pistachio ice cream, for example, or like Dubai chocolate has like pistachio in it or something. But it's kind of like mostly in sweet things, from what I've noticed, or like protein bars or something, which I can't have anyway, because most protein bars have a bunch of nuts in them. So like, I've never accidentally ingested something that had traces of pistachio. It just never happened. So I never thought about it. I thought I would never really encounter that, ever. And the one time that I really could not afford to die, it's just like, pistachio. Cool. So yeah, bro survived death by sheer fucking will. I did. I survived by sheer fucking will. It's so... yeah. That's my lore. That's my marriage lore. So, I married on a Zoom call with an officiant in Utah. I met my husband on VR chat. Visited him in Armenia, and then I almost died on my way to Armenia. And then on my way back, I had issues. I had issues on my way back because I had said in my plane tickets that I was allergic to nuts. Which, that's another thing, like, when I bought the tickets, I said I had a nut allergy, yet they gave me curry with nuts in it. That's a whole other issue. I didn't pursue that further because I just wanted to be done with the experience, but I had said that I had a nut allergy on my ticket, and so somebody came to check on me on my flight home because it was a different route home than going. So I ended up going through Canada, and the flight attendant in Canada on the Canadian flight to the US came to check on me and said, "Hey, your ticket says that you have a nut allergy. I just want to make sure. Do you have an EpiPen with you?" And I said, my dumbass, I said, "I actually don't, because I used it on my way to where I'm coming from. So, I don't actually have an EpiPen." And I almost got in big trouble. They almost like took me off the plane and shit. But I was like crying. I was being like, "Come on, please. I was just in a country that doesn't have EpiPens. I couldn't have gotten a replacement. There was no way for me to get a replacement EpiPen. I had no idea. I'm going home. We're almost home. We're in Canada right now. We're flying over Canada. I live in Ohio. I'm about to just go home. Please don't take me off this plane because I used my EpiPen." I didn't mean for that to happen, and I guess they took pity on me because I was absolutely miserable. I was like, ain't no way you're gonna like deny me entry back into my own country because I don't have an EpiPen, because I used it already. I had already been fed nuts by somebody. It was horrible, but they took pity on me and they're like, okay, we're gonna let you, you know, go home, but, you know, but you really need to make sure you always have an EpiPen on you at all times. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I did what I was supposed to. I had an EpiPen on me. I just didn't think I would have to use it and then go home without one. I couldn't get another one. And like this, one of the flight attendants was like, I'm sorry, what country were you at that didn't have an EpiPen? Like they were incredulous. They couldn't believe that that there would be a country that exists that doesn't have an EpiPen. And I had to explain to them, Armenia. Armenia does not have EpiPen. She's like, yeah, I'm sure you could have gotten an EpiPen somewhere. And I'm like, no, literally, look it up. Armenia does not have EpiPens. I couldn't get one if we had to explain to the Armenian ambulance what an EpiPen was. Like, please don't deny me entry into my home country, but please. I'm going home. You know how hard it is to get EpiPens, right? Even in America, they're fucking hard to get, so it's like... In Romania, they just straight up don't fucking exist, though. Like, EpiPens as a concept don't exist. So, they almost, like... I don't know, they were making a big stink about it, and I'm just like, look, it's not my, bro, it's really not my fault. I was crying, I was like begging them. I made a big scene on that plane, and I think they took pity on me because I was talking about how the reason I'm in this mess is because I almost died already. And now you're gonna stop me from going home? You know? But, yeah, they took pity on me. They let me stay. They gave me, like, a stern talking to, and then I finally got home. So, needless to say, when I visited the second time, I brought 2 EpiPens. I brought 2 of them. Actually, I think I brought 3. Now that I think about it, I think I brought 3. I was, over-prepared with EpiPens when I came the second time. But I also didn't have any issues that time, so... Man. And you know, that leads me back to the soup lore. If you remember my snake soup lore, why she was such a big emotional support, it's after I visited my spouse, that feels weird, my husband, after I visited him the second time, I came home and I was really sad because that visit lasted a month. So I stayed in a month in Armenia with him the second time. And when I came home, I was really depressed because I just spent a month living with this guy I really love and someone I really wanted to have a family with. And family, no kids, small family, and cats. It's the family I wanted with him. But, I gotta clarify, no kids. I'm just not into that. So I spent a month with him in Armenia, and I came home and I was really depressed. Because after you spend a month and then you have to get ripped away like that again, it sucks. So, yeah, I was really going through a rough time. And that's when I got a snake. And the snake kind of gave me more reason to get up every day, distract me, you know, give me something to care for that wasn't too demanding. Snake is a very easy animal to care for once you get the setup right. So I was able to put my energy towards getting a good tank set up and getting the temperatures right, getting a nice thermostat set up, and of course decorating and getting the snake. And it's kind of weird how similar our relationship experiences are. Now I gotta hear your story. I never thought I would encounter someone with a similar story to me. Let's hear it, Noodle. Also, I've been staring at my model for a while, not doing the physics. I'm gonna work on that. How close to death was your partner? That's really interesting. If you have a similar experience to me, I'm a little intrigued. Oh, that was a lot of yapping. My mouth kind of hurts now. Give me a second ordering ice cream. Okay, bet. And we're almost done with the physics. Look at those ear physics. Wow. The ears are so floppy, yes. Flop, flop, flop. It's exactly the effect I was going for. Yeah. Next we want to work on the ahoge. So I want to adjust how it sits on the head a bit. Which we will do by doing this. Ahoge bottom. I'll just take brush, just move it back a bit, and reflect or mirror. Or I'll move it back a little bit like so. There we go. That looks more 3D. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Now I can synthesize and see how that looks. Not quite. Mirror. There we go. Nice. Okay, now we work on the physics. So something I will actually do here is probably how do I want to do this? I could actually just delete one of these ahoge and just work on one of them and then flip it over. So one thing I want to do is I want to glue them So I select both of them. I also learned a new technique for gluing. It makes things a little easier. So I select the overlapping mesh and I copy. And then I grab the other one, select the overlapping mesh, delete, not what I meant, delete, and then paste. And then I go in. Oh my god, that was crazy. Okay, then I go in and I connect them back up. Okay. Then I can get the overlapping bits and hit bind. Okay, and then I learned a little bit more of how gluing works. So I basically want the glue to be this piece to have most of the jurisdiction over these vertices, and then just like a little bit of yellow in this area. Something like that, maybe. Okay. I think that'll be fine. I guess we can test it. I guess I can increase the glue a tiny bit. What? Why did it make it more red? Something like that. It's not perfect, but it's a little bit better. My bad, because there was a line. Ice cream line. Was the ice cream machine not broken this time? Woo. If you're driving, be careful. I feel like I'm obligated to say that. Be careful. No car accidents or dying on my stream, okay? Only I'm allowed to have the risk of dying. I also met her. Only hit and run. Yes, exactly. FBI? I'm kidding. I'm kidding, FBI. It is a joke. Do not come for me. I also met her in a video game. Oh, hell yeah. Which video game? Did I not create the work? I'm stupid. Oh, it's because I am stupid. Okay. Hit and run police cruisers. I hope it's Dark Souls. That would be really cute, actually. Plot twist, your girlfriend is Dark Souls, the game. That checks out. It was Minecraft. It's even better. Minecraft girlfriend. She was the one who bought me my first Dark Souls game. That's cute though. Aww. Minecraft. My Minecraft girlfriend. That's cute. Congratulations. Year 2 of online dating, never met IRL. Oh man. I don't know what y'all's situation is, but if you... Oh, we were like on year 2. And something happened really bad to her, she got depressed. Oh shit. We were like 17. Okay. Saved up enough money, my side job for a plane ticket and Airbnb. Okay, okay. It's developing. I'm on the edge of my seat. Which countries you snuck out one night to fly to Florida. Legit told nobody about this, even my own parents. Both in the US. Anticlimactic buckle. Damn! Getting torn apart by SR. Also, hello SR. I don't think I actually properly greeted you. Hi. Damn. Snuck out to fly to Florida at 17. That's also pretty crazy, not gonna lie. Stayed in Florida for a week. Didn't your parents, like, get... I can't imagine going somewhere for a week and my mother, like, not blowing my shit up for the next... like, immediately. Did your parents find out while you were gone, at least? Did you end up calling your parents like, hey, I'm in Florida. Florida man. True. You didn't even bring your phone? Just legit put a post-it note on the front. Now, why would you travel without a phone? Especially on a plane. Jesus Christ. Your parents must have been shitting bricks. You got maps and shit. You were so desperate to like not have any contact with your parents during this, I bet. Or was this like, I don't know how old you are. Was this like 20 years ago? Actually, how long has Minecraft existed? Oh, you know in hell your ass about to get woofed. 20 right now. So this was only 3 years ago. Similar timeline too. Yeah, very similar timeline. If you were 17 when you did this? Yeah, like basically at the same time you were doing this, I was choking on an airplane. It makes it sound like I was eating the airplane. I wasn't eating the airplane. I was choking on the airplane. Like, in the airplane. Damn. I can't imagine not going with a phone though. That would have been crazy. There was one night where we were about to leave from somewhere. I still don't have my license, but she did. She drove at like 12 a.m. Bro fell asleep on the wheel. I guess you almost died too. Shit. Didn't notice until she unknowingly swerved into a tree. What the fuck? Grab the wheel on time. Oh, it didn't swerve into the tree, just towards it. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Anyway, she cheated on me like a few months ago. That's rough, buddy. Oh. Ooh. Oh, that was not the cute, happy ending I was hoping for. Ooh. Yikers. Damn. Yikes. I was hoping for like a couple years later, and now we're married, happily ever after. I guess, you know, there's always a silver lining to stories like that. Is that you found out that you weren't gonna be a good fit before you got married. That's always the upside to that. Because if they're willing to cheat, then they'll do it again. So never forgive that kind of thing, because it just shows a lack of baseline respect, you know? It's unfortunate, but at least you found out before you got married. She started doing drugs too, like a month before we broke up. Okay, yeah, I think you dodged a bullet, my guy. Not I think, you definitely did. Told her to stop and she called you control. Damn. Yeah, I think you dodged a bullet, buddy. My ending was the relationship ended when someone blew the house with TNT. Such many cases in Minecraft. Let me guess. Was your girlfriend was she green and kind of tall? Did she like to hiss sometimes? She was such a baddie too. I blame Biden. Joe Biden. Oh, was she like cheating on you with Biden? That would be crazy. I'm gonna put extended interpolation on this. Make it a little smoother. Oh nah. Biden's still got. She used to be hella political and like write hate messages to the government every week. Bro. She seems like a character. Jesus. What a character. A baddie that would send hate messages to the government. You know, relatable. I want to replicate this parameter, and I want to put another fucking X on it. I want to do this.
Sexy を持って悪を制する私たちセクシーギルティセクシーすぎてごめんね世直しギルティ行くぞギルティジャパンに参上
Wanna know what's funny too? When we first met, I jokingly said, "Hey, send feet pics in pro action." Imagine you meet a Minecraft girlfriend and they send feet pics and she sends feet pics. Bro, y'all might have been even more cringe than my husband and I. Y'all might have been even more cringe than us. That is crazy. My naming conventions are going completely out the fucking window. Holy shit. Something like that, I guess. I had her feet as my wallpaper for months because I thought it was funny. Right. You thought it was funny. Right. guys, I had her feet as my wallpaper. It's just because it was funny. I'm not into feet or anything. That goes fucking crazy. Not gonna lie. That goes crazy. You know, I kind of did something similar actually. Now that I think about it, when I was, I do not have a right. Whatever you say, buddy. I kind of did something weirdly similar, not involving feet, but with my husband, when we were still in our online dating phase. I had not seen what he looked like yet. I really wanted to, and but we had just fucking met basically, so I was like really curious, and I didn't want to come off too strong or anything, so I was basically really desperate to see what he looked like, and he had sent me a picture of his sink. He was showing me like how, because this was when he was still in Russia, he sent me a picture of his sink and like how nasty the water was coming out one day. And I remember looking at this sink picture religiously. I really wanted to get any clues as to how this guy looks from this sink picture. I was like scouring for any tiny reflections, trying to figure out like, is that him? Is that him? Is that him? And like, I saw some hairs in the sink, and I was piecing together in my mind, oh, I see little brown hairs. He's got brown hair, and it's like not super curly, but it's like it's got like a light curve to it. So he's probably got like like fairly, not super long, but I kind of like figured out, like, okay, he's got like mostly straight brown hair. I was so obsessed with the sink picture. I like favorited the sink picture, and I would like throughout the day I would go look at the sink picture to look at those hairs in the sink and just like, what a handsome man. It's just his fucking hairs in the sink. And like maybe like the top of his head, maybe like the very slight top of his fucking head, and that had it in the reflection of the sink, and I was like, oh, there he is. What a handsome man. Oh, I'm smitten. Sink review? Yeah, you did. Oh my god, Mayash, you missed the whole fucking lore. I don't want to make push people to watch something. I don't want to be like, what, look at my VODs, so you're required to watch my VODs. But like, if you want to know context, I highly recommend checking out some of the VOD after this. I gave the whole lore about my husband. Big lore drop. But anyway, yeah, I remember I used to really obsess over this sink picture. And then later, we played Beat Saber. We liked to play Beat Saber, and he was really good at Beat Saber. Very good at Beat Saber. And he was showing me how he grips his controllers, because when you play Beat Saber, there's like different types of grips you can use. And he sent me a picture of him, of like his hand holding the controller to show me how he grips it for Beat Saber, and that was jackpot. I was living like royalty having this hand pick. I had upgraded from a sink pick to pick out the hairs in his sink and swooning over them to, oh my god, hand reveal. I get to see his hands. That was my new obsession. And I do kind of have a thing for hands, so it is kind of similar to your feet story. But I saw those hands, I'm like, oh, those are such nice hands. There's a person behind those hands. And now I have the context. He's got brown hair, and he's got hands. A Riz level Beat Saber? That's a new one. Bro, Noodle rizzed up a Minecraft girlfriend with and got feet pics. That's crazy. Bro rizzed up a girl just by showing his hands. This game needs to be true. Yeah. I consider myself pretty lucky. He did save my life after all. I had no idea that at the time, I had no idea that those hands would save my life one day. Man. As you can tell, I'm still very smitten by my spouse. A lot of people, they stop getting like the butterflies feeling when they get married. That never really stopped with me. I'm still always swoony. Baller energy, yeah, he is a baller. Womanhood. I think I'm finally done with this fucking ahoge. How many years are y'all now? Like since marriage, or I guess like since meeting or since dating, probably like 4 years. Like 4 years, which I know for a lot of people that's very fast. we dated essentially for a year, long distance, and then we just got married. Like, but I got really lucky. Sounds like a young maiden in love. Or we can give you some space if you want. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I know it's kind of considered a little taboo for VTubers to reveal their relationship life, but I know Mimi Nightmare, she recently announced she's getting married, so I think it shouldn't be weird at all for VTubers to talk about their relationships and stuff. I'm not trying to foster a parasocial thing or anything, so. You can always delete the VOD and pretend it never happened. Bro. Let me know if he done you wrong. I'm gonna knock him out for you, respectfully. I think there's a lot more going on the line for him if he does something wrong than that. He is an immigrant in the States right now. If you know, you know. Well, if you want to farm parasocial, that might get more difficult. True, but I'm really not interested in farming parasocial, so it feels weird for me to do stuff like that, which is why I'm so open about my relationship stuff. Because I really don't want to farm parasocial. I just want to hang out, chat with people, be sociable. Because I don't really get out much. I go to an office like once a week, and that job has no socialization either. So Imagine he's just a Russian spy sent to study Americans. That's really funny because that's what a lot of people, a lot of his friends jokingly refer to him as. Because his English is so good. It's incredible. He's just really talented at like accents and stuff. His pronunciation is incredible. Sometimes you can hear a little bit, you know, English isn't his first language, but there are some things, like if you're aware already that English isn't his native, then you might be able to pick something out. But like I said, when I met him, I had no idea. Roblox is gonna have dating. Relationships are fixed. Roblox. I've seen so many people tell me, so many people have told me, you should play Roblox, you should play Roblox. I don't know, man. I just like, I understand that plenty of people of all ages are playing Roblox. It just gives me the ick. It gives me the ick. You seem chill, you my homie now, on God. Hell yeah. Is that me or SR? You're all my homies. We're all each other's homies. Aw, cute. We're all homies. You felt the same about Roblox? Fuck it, both. Homies. I'm gonna bring this way the fuck down. I actually want the input for this to be the first ahoge, I think. Whoa. I need to fix the draw order on that. There we go. Gang colors are green? Jiggle physics. Can you chibi-doki-eyes your model? Like, you mean the funky eyes? Yeah, maybe. That'd actually be pretty funny. If I just have like a cross-eyed toggle. That would be pretty funny. I am gonna try and make like a chibi mode, like a chibi toggle. Kind of like what I have on my current model. Like this shit. Except done much better, obviously. And I can combine that with like some cross-eyed shit, maybe. That'd be funny. I'm down. Googly eyes. Yeah. I can try that. Yeah, I like how the Ahogate turned out. Baller. I think the hair physics are pretty much done. I just need to fix the draw order on this one. This thing. Because it's... There we go. There we go. Now it's fixed. Yeah! Big improvements with this model. Okay, let me do preview here. Again, it's a little laggy, but she moves so differently. She's so like she's so cunny. Wah, cunny. Wah, cunny. It's hard to believe looking at it that it's like it's the exact same art. None of the art assets changed at all. It's just my rigging has improved. Look at the shoulders. The shoulders move a whole bunch. And the mouth. I like the mouth. The only thing, I haven't added in the tongue out yet. And I haven't added in, like... Wait, what happened to my eye? Why is only one eye? What happened? What the heck? Hold on, I think I know what happened. I think I know how I fucked this. Or I guess the easy way to do this is just to duplicate the eye again. Goodbye, eye. What? There we go. Oh, I have to do the fucking change parameter shit again. I kinda don't want to do that. How difficult is it to make a VTuber? Pretty difficult. There's a reason why a lot of riggers are charging. So some really good riggers are charging like $1,000 for just the rig. It depends on how detailed the rig is. It depends on how many features it has, etc. But it has a big learning curve. I wouldn't say it's necessarily physically difficult. It's more, it takes you kind of need to develop an eye for how things look in 3D. So like, I don't know, there's two different skills involved, right? There's making the art and there's making the rig. The rig part, for example, I currently charge $300 for my rigging. That's considered kind of low for a lot of people. So it's like it's a lot of, it's very tedious. You can see how many like parameters I've set up here, right? It's all like warping these 2D images to look as 3D as you can. There's a lot of detail involved. There's a lot of angles to fix, a lot of physics, and everything is essentially rigged separately, right? So it's not difficult as much as it is something that requires a lot of practice and can be very time consuming, if that makes any sense. There's also a lot of different ways you can rig. There's no like one right answer for how to do something. There's an art to it. Same thing with making the model art itself. Like, there's so many ways that things can be rigged, which means there's so many different ways that you can cut up the art to make it happen. Yeah. And the art needs to be drawn completely. So each layer needs to be completely rendered. So you can't have things that are like unfinished in the back, for example, right? It needs to be fully realized so that you can make good use of it. And yeah, I don't really know how else to explain it, but it's just something that takes a lot of practice, and you kind of develop an eye for it over time. And you learn more ways to do things. You learn like little pro tips and life hacks and stuff. But I see the issue that I have here. It needs to be mouth squint, then eye, then smile, then these. That's why. Okay. So we gotta put these underneath this smile warp. And then my face should move properly again. There we go. Now it moves properly again. Thought it would cost way more. That for just like if me and Cherry do a full model together, the total for us would be like 600, which again is pretty low for a full model. A lot of people also go for half body, which I have yet to do a half body model, but it would just basically cut off the legs, so you just have about this much rigged. And honestly, that would be pretty cool because the legs are kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, at least for me. Just getting all the angles to look right. I just realized something weird happening here. I just realized that I need to fix that. Yeah, and then like there's always some weird clipping shit. Oh, I also noticed this problem here. So you keep testing it and then you're like, okay, I need to fix that issue. Yeah, like what is actually going on there? Is that the chest? If you make something silly, cute abomination, and you don't go as detailed, then I mean it's as difficult as you make it, you know? How much could you animate the arm without any addition to the arm? I could, like with this type of hand, there's not a whole lot I can do, but I will add physics to it so it like sways a little bit. But I can have it bend up and down a little bit, something like that. I wouldn't do a full, like, if I had a different hand, if I had a hand that was palm up, I could make it lift up and do a wave, like a hand wave. But since I don't, with just this hand, there's not really that much I could do. But yeah, theoretically you could bend this up and do whatever, but her hand would be facing in a weird direction for that. But yeah, I might ask Cherry to do like a palm up version of this, so I could make some hand waving. Is the tool free? Live2D, there is a free version. I don't know if it's... yeah, there is a free version. But it is pretty limited. The free version has you using a smaller canvas size. I don't remember what the dimensions are, but you'll have to have a smaller drawing, and you only have a certain amount of these warps you can use. I don't remember how many, but you're limited in how many of these warps you can use, and there's fewer, again, smaller canvas size. Will it have a watermark? No. It won't have a watermark if you do it for free, but it'll be limited in how many warps you can make. There are ways around it. Some people have figured out how to make really detailed and complex rigs with just the free version. I have no idea how. Just a tattoo on the cheek. But Live2D Cubism, for the full feature set, no, it's not free. It's like, I pay like $70 a year for it. I think you can also get a lifetime, but that's like pretty expensive. I don't know if you can get a lifetime actually, but I know I pay like $70 a year for it. Which I feel like I'm kind of obligated to do that because I'm trying to make money off of it, so I feel like it's only right that I get it legally, you know? You might be able to sail the seas if you wanted to, but I don't know anything about that because I didn't. I wouldn't recommend it because you can do some good stuff for free. You just have to be creative with how you do things. Like, you would have to animate more things directly on the mesh because you can't use as many warps. So I'm the last person to advise on how to use the free version effectively because like my rigging style, I abuse the hell out of warps. I use so many warps even when I probably shouldn't use as many warps for some things. Yeah, better not have dirt to dig for the future. Exactly, yeah. So I find the price worth it, but I think there is a free trial, like a pro free trial, where you can get the full feature set, but after that trial ends, you'll go back to the free version. So it's worth playing around with if you want to get into it. You know, it's I really enjoy it. I enjoy the rigging process a lot more than the art process. I like doing art sometimes, and I do take comms for art too, but I really like rigging a lot more. I like working with something rather than creating it from scratch, if that makes sense. Feels like I'm sculpting, you know? Or like just giving something more movement, more life, you know? So I really like that. What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh, I wanted to fix whatever the hell is going on with her angle here. So we're gonna figure out together. Oh, I think it's a clipping issue. Yeah. Where is the tattoo? I think it's a glue issue. It's a gluing issue. I see the problem. I see. Okay, so we want to... There we go. There we go. glue issue. Okay, and now the next thing is to fix the draw order with this thing. Or at least bring the tattoo underneath it. Here we go. Alright, that issue has been fixed. So we can go back here. There we go. Now she doesn't look wonky there. Wow. Phony. Okay. He's so cute. I just look at some of these facial expressions, just like so like sweet looking, and also yay. Oh, the mouth opens a bit high, no? Does it? Definitely compared to my old model, but I kind of like it. When you talk, we see her top teeth first. Yeah, I guess she is kind of toothy, isn't she? I could adjust the teeth a little bit. Yeah, I could probably adjust the teeth. Thank you, Cherry. Yeah, she is pretty toothy. Oh, I can adjust it. What I might do. Bring it up a tiny bit. Something like that. And then we put it in the same place here. Oh yeah, that one's definitely too low. Bring it down a tiny bit here. Let's say they're a little bit too low here too. Okay. Alright. A little bit less toothy, I think. But I do still like having a little bit more top teeth in the bottom. Yeah! Thank you. You need a crystal shiny toggle for Twilight Vampire. Cherry, get on it. Get on the twinkly. I'm kidding, unless you want to. There's still so many other things I need to add from the other assets she's made. I gotta add like all of the expression toggles and stuff. And I still gotta rig the fucking mouth, like the tongue out. I don't have it yet. Twinkly. Just checking that the eyes close okay. Whoa, why did I zoom in? That's weird. Yeah. So, how to do tongue out. I like cow face. So how tongue out works. I have this tongue here. I have a tongue, guys. Did you know? And we're gonna make a new parameter. We're gonna call it tongue out. And it's basically gonna go from 0 to 1. And I'm basically just gonna manually rig it to all of these keyforms. So, well, I guess I'll have it as a warp. I'll put a warp around the tongue. And I'll put this tongue out. And the tongue itself, I'm going to put on this parameter, make it 0 opacity here. Whoop. And I will adjust the positioning of it, so its default position is like this, or something. And now, this tongue needs to be in front of this bottom lip. So I can literally just do that. Okay. And so now I just rig it. But first let me put some auto mesh on it. I'm gonna put it on heavy. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take this tongue and I'm going to clip it to the top lip and the top lip and the top lip line. And then I'm going to reverse the mask. So, yeah, now we can take this and just start doing the thing. And just start rigging. Okay. Now I'm going to do boop. 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 Oh. That's not accurate. What? How is that not the same? Okay. I'm gonna have to restart Live2D in order to get a keyframe there, but oh well. I'll do that later. I might not even need it. And I try to match it up with where the tongue currently is. Something like that. I would like keyframes right here. But I can't just add a keyform there because Live2D is being stupid. So I'm gonna restart Live2D. Blah. So this thing that I have to do with restarting, that's not normal. So if you do stuff with Live2D, this restarting thing all the time is probably not what you're gonna have to do unless you're doing it on Linux, which is why I'm having this issue. So it's another thing. It's also probably gonna run better for you. Because I have pretty beefy PC, so like when I was on Windows, I did not have any weird lagging issues. It was very smooth for me before, but the way I'm running it in Linux, I guess, just makes it really not that performant, but it's good enough, I guess. I'm okay with it. I can still do what I need to do, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me a little bit sometimes. Maybe eventually I'll figure it out. One of these quirks is the fact that this pop-up doesn't show up when it's supposed to. But yeah, anyway. Bring it down a tiny bit. So now, just from this angle, actually, that one doesn't look right. There we go. I don't really like how it kind of bobs up and down like that. I don't think that's in the right place. I was correct. There we go, much better. So you may be thinking, oh, that's it? No, that's not it, because we gotta make it look good with head angles. So I'm gonna make another warp. I'm gonna call it tongue XY. Then I'm gonna go to the head. I'm just gonna work on one axis at a time. So it already looks wonky, right? And I'm gonna open the mouth. And we just go and we make it look good. Well, it's a style. I also like to do automatically shaped vertices here. You can see how it kind of adjusts a little bit automatically. And I want to put it on smooth. Yeah, it kind of helps make it look a little bit better with minimal effort. So her tongue needs to actually curve outwards, as you can see. And they also need to have a bit of foreshortening here. do like smooth one. It's like going up too much. Emotional derps D&D. Wish I had the patience to do this. It's never too late to start. Also, hello. You just got, it's not even about patience, it's about having the sheer willpower to do it. I want the tongue to come out more this way. Okay, and now when I'm happy with that, I mirror it. And that's just the X, and then we can make sure the Y direction looks good, which it currently does not. And honestly, that looks fine as it is in the up. And now we go and we hit synthesize corners and hope that it works. And save. And take our tongue out. Whoop. There we go. Looks pretty good. Oh, it does not look good on these corners. Whoops. We fix. I'm also thinking about maybe adding the teeth to the... Oh god. This is all sorts of fucked up, actually. I see the problem here. Yeah, I'm also thinking about adding the teeth, like the front teeth at least, the top teeth to the reverse mask on this thing. Yeah. Must eep, take care, Dango is coming out amazing. Thank you, Cherry. Have a good eep. Everybody give a round of applause to Cherry for her cute art. Ow. Thank you for the rat tax. And she's such a good citizen, giving us the rat taxes. Cup, 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 cup. Oh, some issues here. Whoa, why do you look like that? Honestly, it looks good from that angle. So I think it's honestly not bad looking here. I just need to add another thing here. Here. And now it's probably gonna break things a little bit. Yeah, see? It's gonna break things a little bit, so I have to adjust. Your model is sick. It reminds me of early Plump, especially with the eyes as channeling chi. Thank you! Yeah, it's very moe! That's exactly the vibe we were going for. Very moe eyes, and Cherry's art is so moe. Haven't heard this song since I was like 15. Yes! You know what? Don't crucify me. I haven't actually seen Haruhi. But I know about it. I just haven't seen it myself. So the way I'm going to fix this issue here. Get the cross. JK, I don't think I have either. Haruhi Suzumiya. I haven't seen it myself. But I'm aware of it. Like, I know some of the plot points of it. I know about the classic, the Endless 8 episodes. I know about it, I just haven't seen it. I know. Get the cross. So, how do I want to do this? I guess instead of putting the fangs there in the reverse mask, I'm going to leave it out, but I'll still have the top teeth as a reverse mask. Well, I don't know if I want to do that now that I look at it. Unless I just move this down a bit. No, I don't want to do that. Problem. Problem. Okay, let's see. We gotta do some problem solving here. Instead of putting the teeth in the reverse mask, I need to work with draw order, I think. So that when she... I'm gonna hide the eyes. So that when she turns her head... I'm thinking when she turns her head, maybe the teeth should go in front of the tongue, at least. Can I do that? This kind of thing always makes things more difficult. I lied. I'm gonna put the teeth back on there. So I think what I can do is I can kind of cheese it a little bit. So I'm gonna grab the teeth here. Or at least the fangs. Or, yeah, I'll grab the fangs. I'll put a warp on there. I'll put this tongue. And I want this keyframed to tongue. So this is only gonna kick in when... Ow. Thank you for the rattax. So any changes I do with this are only going to kick in if tongue is out. And what I will do... Actually, I'm going to put the whole teeth. The whole top teeth there. So when tongue is out, then we'll make some adjustments to the mouth forms. I think that's what I'm going to do. So for all of these mouth forms, her teeth is too low. I'll bring them up. Copy. Paste. Paste. Okay. And then I'll do a similar thing to the fangs. I didn't spell that right, whatever. So, keyframe it on tongue. And I'll put this on mouth open. When she closes her mouth, this is gonna go up. So you can't really see the difference. And you can't really tell that her fangs are going up because her mouth is just closing. You can still kind of see them, but they don't cover the tongue at all. I think that could work. Okay, so at least that works with the tongue. And now the tricky part is getting it to play nice with the head angles. Is that actually gonna work? I think it just works. I think it just works. Hold on. Although it does look kind of weird when her mouth is closed. Oh yeah, because it's literally going back. Why? Seems like she's biting it. Yeah. Well, the idea is you wouldn't really see this anyway. Not too much. But why is her tongue doing that? That's so weird. Oh. Why is your tongue doing that? Keep your tongue in the same place, young lady. Except maybe go up a little. Excuse me. Okay. I see the issue. It's because I brought her tongue up like this. So when she's here, it's like weird. Is that right? Okay, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another set of keyforms here. And I'm just going to adjust. Boop. And mirror. There we go. Now she's really like chewing on it. She's just chewing on her tongue. That's kind of an interesting effect. We'll see how that looks in motion. Oh, that was my neck cracking. Okay. Gonna turn on. Okay. Now let's see. I have to adjust the settings. Hold on. I have to adjust the settings for the opacity a little bit more. So I want it to be like... like 0.65, sure. I want it to already be fully there. Okay, now we can test. I want it to be a little bit not sensitive. So let's put it at like here. And let's just make it fully opaque there. Hi Richard, how's it going? We're working on adding tongue. Oh. Why do you think my tongue is still out? I should probably also hide the other tongue when this comes out. Interesting. Okay, so this doesn't work either. I'm gonna keep it... I think what I want to do is I want to have it triggered here, and I also want maybe here. So this is gonna be fully opaque, and then this one's going to be fully transparent. Let's see how that works. Okay. My tracking, it's probably my tracking that's kind of unsure what to do with my tongue when I go to the side. Something like that. Let's see. It like moves up. Why do you move up? That's kind of a problem, isn't it? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put all these keyforms here. Except it'll be opaque. It'll be opaque. Sorry, transparent, transparent, and then this one opaque. We're gonna try that. Oh, and then I should probably also do the same with the inner tongue here. We'll do like... Is it like that? There we go. So this will be the opposite. Here. Okay. So they should just swap out. Hello. That's just a tracking thing. Let me adjust that in VTuber. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Gonna hide this while I do this because my VBridger's on another desktop and it'll look awkward. Okay, I got my VBridger here. We're gonna adjust some settings here, or whoa, what is happening? I'm just like rotating as I'm scrolling. That is wonky. Okay, well. Tongue out. Let's adjust the curves there. Oh. Hold it though. It just doesn't think my tongue is out when my mouth is closed. I'm just messing with this. Nah, I think that's worse. I'm a blue vampire, nah. What about this? Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm blue, damity, I'm a nut. What if we did something? Okay, I think I'm okay with it. The rest of the issues with that is just tracking. So there's only so much I can do there. If it's not picking up my tongue coming out on the sides, then there's not a whole lot I could do. Blue anime Nosferatu. Yeah, that's my new VTuber persona. Yeah, I'm gonna debut as Blue Nosferatu. I can kind of do a blip. Okay, we got tongue. Okay. Cool. Next thing I want to do, as I need to attach the tail to my butt. It's time to attach the tail to my butt. Okay, I'm gonna hide the drapes in the skirt so I can work on this tail. Where is the tail? I guess I'll just use this one. Okay, and we're just gonna follow her butt. Lechonk. Okay. Okay, simple. Next thing I want to do is actually move the bottom of the tail a little bit too. Does the eye tattoo on your thigh also blink? Yes. Oh, that's right. I need to add that to this model too. Yes. They both blink. Blink blonk. It's gonna look, it looks a little crazy right now, but trust. I actually don't like the bottom moving that much, now that I think about it. So I'm just gonna grab like this much. And I'll just adjust a little bit. Honestly, with just this, maybe. Nope. I'll just move this edge a little bit. Okay, there we go. Nice simple movement for now. And yeah, simple movement here too. And just move everything up a little bit. When she goes down, move it up even more. When she goes up. And then we just synthesize. And just keep adjusting until happy with this basic movement. Okay, so that's part 1, and then part 2, you're actually going to do some mesh editing with this. So the way we're going to edit this mesh is actually we're going to redo it entirely. We're going to start with a very tight outline. I guess not super tight, but you know, pretty tight. Get your heads out of the gutter. Not doing that. Something like that. I might adjust this a little bit. That's what she said. And now I'm just gonna click out of it. And then I'm gonna zoom in. And I'm gonna start tight lining this part here. Like the belly of the tail, I guess you could say. And then I'll just keep lining around here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, there we go. And then how else do I want to do it? I guess you could do something like that, why not? It's kind of a weird mesh, but then I just auto-connect that shit. Okay, and the reason I do that is I could go on body X again. And I'm actually gonna hit solo for this. And I'm going to select, try to carefully select everything within that intersection. Now I'm just gonna test, can I just add to my selection? Yes. I'm doing surgery. Okay, I've selected this. And now what I can do is when she moves like this, I can move it over. Like so. Oh. I need to add this piece. No, I didn't go the right direction for that. I actually feel like they should both kind of come in like that. I might be stupid. I think I am just stupid. It does look a little crazy. We'll just smooth it out a little bit at the end here. Okay. And now we adjust. Or I guess we don't really have to adjust this end much. We just start working on this piece. And we just kind of bring it in. There we go. Something like that. And then her foot is kind of covering it, but we can kind of see where it's going. There we go. And then another thing I like to do is this piece on body X. I like to kind of make it curl up a bit. Just kind of do a little funny. There's a little cute movement. And her tail doesn't really do much on up and down. But it looks pretty cute. Although I do need to fix something. It's more evident when she's like doing that. Yeah. Oh yeah. That looks a bit rough. I should add Z. This. Okay, whoop, whoop. Whoa. Alright, we're gonna see how that looks. I don't like how that looks. Yikes. Just gonna hide it behind the leg. Is her butt is peeking out from her shorts. That ain't right. Yeah, I need to adjust the shorts there. So many little details that you just have to keep adjusting. Okay, and while we're at it, let's put those shorts in order. There they are, shorts. Why? Huh? I'm gonna add a keyframe here. There we go. That's weird. Okay, there we go. Now she should be okay. New model's trying to flash people. Real. Okay. I'm happy with the tail, sort of. Next, I want more physics. More physics. So, I want to add some arm physics. So the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to grab all these things again, and I'm going to do arm sway. Arm sway. And once again we'll do -30, 0, 30. Okay. So the way that I will do this, I will try my best. Or I guess what I'm gonna do actually is I'm actually gonna move this warp to be right here. Like so. So it's in the center of her shoulder. And I'm literally just gonna like rotate it. Something like that. Yes. I'll make another warp. Arm sway 2. And I'll replicate this parameter. And I'm gonna move this warp down to the elbow. And we're gonna try that. Okay, I see. I see the issue. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna put... There we go. This arm sway 2, I'm not gonna put it over the entire arm. Arm sway 2, I'm gonna put over the drapes, this, forearm, and hand. Her forearm goes all the way up there. Hey, Hajime. Hey, Henpai, how's it going? I see her arm goes up here. Okay, I'm about to do something kind of crazy. I'll do the arm sway 2. Doing okay drawing? Hell yeah. Drawing good. I'm gonna move this freaking warp again to, I guess, the elbow is fine. I guess that's fine right here. I'm gonna turn it, and it's gonna look crazy because the arm is disconnected, but trust the process. I also need to include the other drape. Okay, looks absolutely insane. We're gonna glue these two together and see if that helps. Okay. Boop. 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 Auto connect. And now we bind. And now we put this like this, and then we adjust the glue. Why mesh not like get affected like at all? That's so weird. There we go. What? Okay, I have a solution. So it's kind of glued, but her arm looks very broken. Okay? It's normal, okay? It's normal. It happens to the best of us. I'm just gonna move it up a little bit. Here we go. Okay, and then you know, simple fix, simple fix. Smooth it down a little. Now her arm bends. Even though the layer wasn't cut exactly as would normally be uh desirable for this, it still works. Now we've got some interesting little arm movement here. With some glue. Doing some glue sniffing. And now, what I will do also, so I'm gonna grab this hand, and I guess I'll also grab the drapes. A little bit. Or at the very least, I'll grab these two joints. Hand. I'm gonna make a third arm sway parameter. Or I can just do this. And then we're gonna move it to the center there. Not what I meant to do. Okay, I'll have to remove this. I put the wrong drape in there. And now that I think about it, I don't think I need any of the drapes in there. Hey. There we go. Okay. We got the arms going. Or the arm. Next, I want to add physics to the drapes themselves. I'm gonna do small drape. And then this is just gonna be as simple as pushing it around with the brush. We're gonna make another one. And let's see how that looks together. Wow, so flowy. Okay, and then I want to grab this front piece. And I want to add another one. And this one? Yeah, we'll just have it there. Nope, I need to put it on the right keyframe. I'm gonna bring this in the front. should probably also work with this one. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. And now this piece. This piece we're gonna... What I did on my current model was I did skinning. And I didn't like how that turned out with the chibi model. So I'm gonna try to be a little bit smarter with how I do skinning. I think I'm still gonna do skinning, but I'm going to make a copy of it first. So, the skinning is kind of a destructive thing, so I'm gonna make a copy of it before I skin it. Yes. And then the way skinning works is first I'm gonna give it really heavy deformation. Whoa, what happened here? The mesher broke it. There we go. Sometimes it generates a weird fucking mesh. Okay, so now let the skinning commence. I'm gonna use a path for this. And I think I'll add one more. Okay. Something like that. I want it to follow the curve pretty well. Okay. Now we go to modeling, skinning. Uh-oh. That's way too much. Let's not do it with the path. I lied. Okay, I lied. Instead, we're gonna use rotation deformers. Boop. 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 And now we take all these pieces and we do modeling, skinning, skinning. Okay, and then we do a modeling, skinning, generate parameters. And we're gonna have this be like 20 degrees. I kinda want more. We're gonna try that again. I'm gonna put more. Modeling, skinning, skinning, modeling, skinning, generate parameters. Now let's see. And we're just gonna have to see how that looks. I'm gonna turn off this. There we go. Excuse me. We're gonna add the drapes. And this one, I kind of want everything to affect it. Something like that. And we have 5 parameters here, so we add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can just grab this. Okay. It's a bit much. I think we can just kind of reduce the duration on some of these. Whoa, 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 wow, wow. I want it to be pretty smooth. Definitely decrease the shaking level. There we go. And if we do that, then we can increase this effectiveness a tiny bit. Okay, that's fine. I think that looks okay. What happens if we do this? Whoa! Okay, this can go back to -10. If anything, that can go fucking lower. There we go. I don't hate it. And we'll add small drapes. Okay. Boop boop. And we'll add... Oh, one more. There's 3 pendulums. Boop boop boop. It's kind of fun, but I want less shaking. And okay, let's put on this thing so you can see the movement in real time. Maybe. There we go. Oh, I think it looks good. Okay. Alright. I think I'm happy with the drapes. Okay. And now what we can do is we can copy that arm. We can do beep, bop. And we can flippy flip. Bop. 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 Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. And all of these. Oh. Actually, we don't really want to do that. We don't want to copy the whole arm over. Because we gotta do the gluing again. Oh boy. We don't want to do that because he's not going to copy the glue over as well. We're going to have to do... We're going to have to copy just the warps over that we edited, that we created. So we did arm sway 2, this, and this. Okay. We copy those. We could take all of those and put them just under arms so they're symmetrical. Now we can flip them. Flip all of those. Okay. And now we can put them under the correct arm. And we're gonna put them underneath arm lean. Okay. Small drape consists of this piece and this piece. Okay. Hand is just the hand. And then arm sway has essentially everything else, right? It'll be underneath this arm sway. Then after the next arm sway is the forearm. So it'll be these pieces. Right? Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. Okay. And then this needs to be underneath arm lean. like so. No, the drape fix needs to be underneath. Arm sway. Drape. Oh, drape. Okay, I see. Drape needs to go under forearm. There we go. It's a little confusing, but we got it. And after drape fix, then we have on the same level here and the same level there. Okay. Okay, now it's gonna look crazy when I do this, because we need to do the glue again. Okay. Glue time. I'm gonna grab this shoulder and this forearm. We're gonna do our thingy again. Okay. And then we go here. Delete, paste. Okay. Connect it that way. Auto connect. Okay. Bind. Okay. That's not the right glue. I'll grab this. Okay. Okay. There we go. Glue sniffing. I love glue sniffing. Okay, we also need to adjust the tattoos. Yes. The tattoos. At this point, I'm just gonna adjust it here. The undersway too. She can dance. Her arms are snakes. arms are like snakes. And is that it? That's all we need to do for that? I don't really like how that's moving. I don't like how much it warps. Or you know what? I have an even better idea. Instead of trying to make it work like that, I have an idea. I'm gonna delete that warp. This tattoo. We're gonna make a copy of it, and we're gonna put this under the correct sway. So it looks crazy. I'm gonna lower the opacity of it. Wait. We're gonna bring them both down to 50. There we go. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab both of these tattoos and we're gonna glue them together. Bind. And now we can adjust the glue. Bruh. How cool is that? There we go. Now her tattoos move like in a way that makes sense. Yay, glue! I love sniffing glue! Okay. And now we can add some physics. Arms. We're gonna have this affected by a little bit of everything. How many arm sways do I have? I have 3. Bup, 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 bup. Let me turn off this again. Bop. Whoa! Her arms are jello. I like it. I like jello arms. I actually want all of these on angle. Do I? Whoop, 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 whoop. She got them jello arms. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I meant. There we go. Yeah, with the shoulders, it kind of really sells. Like she's kind of doing a little shimmy. I like it. I like it. And now I just need to copy the skinning over. Or do the skinning again. And just duplicate the same physics settings I had on this thing. Once again, I'll duplicate this. And I'll hide one of them. Which one did I hide on the other arm? I wonder. I hid the one on top, I guess. Okay. Okay. So now I'll take this, and I will add my rotation deformers again. I'm going to try to keep it symmetrical as much as I can. Okay. Modeling. Skinning. Modeling. Skinning. Generate parameters. Okay, and then we select the other one. Why do I have to select these manually? So weird. There we go. There we go. I hate you. What happens if I make these all shorter? Just out of curiosity. Okay, I don't like it. Okay. Wait, wait, wait. Get to enjoy mama. Yeah, I like how she looks. I'm gonna turn this back on. Yeah. Now her arms be dancing. Wait, wait, wait. 捕まえてみて。あなななななな。続きましょう。いい、いい。あななかもね。あななななな。あななななな。Sorry. Clearly I don't know the lyrics. I hate you. Yeah. I'm still... There's something not quite right about the drapes. I might keep messing with that later. But for now, I think it's fine. Next, we need physics on this part of the body. But I also think I'm about ready for a break. It's been 4 hours. I know a lot of that has been yapping, but it's been 4 hours. The cats probably want some breakfast soon. And I want some breakfast soon, so I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna call it for tonight. Today, this morning? I don't know. Something like that. Ow! Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I have water right here. Thank you. How are y'all? Are y'all fans of seltzer? I'm a fan. I'm a seltzer girly. I like my spicy water. I got spicy water. I could go on a whole fucking rant about my opinions on various. You know what? I should make a tier list. I should do a seltzer tier list. Hold on. I have I have a picture of when we used to kind of hoard the cans that we would go through, the seltzer cans. I wonder if I still have that picture somewhere. I'm curious. Oh yeah! I have it. I have the picture. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I want to show. Whoop. This is a while ago. We were kind of hoarding some of the seltzer cans we would go through, trying to figure out what to do with all of them. And this is a whole box filled with empty cans. There's maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe like 6 or 7 layers of cans in this box. We counted, it was over 200 of them. So I have a bit of a seltzer problem. Since then, we've come up with a different system for our seltzer cans. We got a portable can crusher. Not portable, like a small mini can crusher that we mounted to the wall. And so now we crush all of our cans and throw them away like normal people. But we used to keep like boxes like this. So like I took this picture, we were still collecting our cans. And we maybe got like another box similar in size to this one and filled it up too. So we probably had like 400 or something cans stored in our apartment. And then we're just like, well, we gotta do something. We started by crushing them by hand, and that's dangerous. Hurt yourself very easily doing that. Yeah, now I've got a cup. I got a nice metal cup. And what I do for my seltzer hits now is I take 2 cans and I fill it up, and then I immediately go and I crush those cans with their can crusher, and then I throw them out. So I no longer have cans everywhere. Thinking smart. Think, Dango, think. Anyway. Needless to say, I like seltzers, and I should do a tier list on them. I have a lot of opinions. Anyway, I'll see y'all later. Thanks again for stopping by, hanging out, listening to me yap. I appreciate it. I like hanging out. I like being social in a controlled environment. Anyway, I'll see y'all later. Yeah. Otsudango.